Shalom, people. It is Wednesday, February 12th, and I am your brother from another mother, live streaming again, doing the ride share thing. Notice I never really introduced myself. My name is Daniel. I'm a Jew of the Jews, tribe of Ephraim of the house of Joseph of the children of Israel. I'm about to pick up, so I get right back at you. Good morning. How are you? I'm sorry. Please use your seatbelt for your safety. around. What are you doing? You gotta direct me. I don't know where it is. Tell me where to go. Right here? Okay. This is Sixth Avenue. That's what it says. Let me just see if this is Hudson Community College, yes? The other side? Okay, let's go on the other side. You tell me which way. I'll make a right here, go back. Yeah, this is Sixth Avenue. Which way do I go now? To the right? Okay. Can't turn left here. There's one way coming out. Thank you for blocking the road, guys. Okay. Right here? You sure? Okay. Be safe. You're welcome. All right, people. I'm back. And as usual, I'm apologizing for the dead air. You know what it is. But as I stated before, it is Wednesday the 12th. Week is almost done. It's hump day. For those of you who, like to say that dumb shit. But we are here and so much has happened. Big news where I'm at in Jersey is Trump trying to do away with the Board of Education. He's trying to defund that shit. Uh, I concur. I don't think we need a Department of Education, not the federal one. The states are reeling about the money, like they're going to cut off federal funding. Well, it's up to the states, right? And if you can't afford it, then you can't afford it. It is what it is. How is it going to affect our children? Well, the way I see it, certain communities are less affluent than others, right? And those communities, whether they're receiving federal funding or not, are always at the bottom. So it's probably better if the federal government gets the hell out of the Board of Education. Now it's a catch 22, right? Because I believe if you give the states absolute control of education, they'll have drag queens in every class and instructors whose agenda is to try to manipulate young minds into believing that they're in the wrong bodies, which should be illegal. Because a little boy born a little boy is a little boy. He's not a little girl. God don't make mistakes. Not the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Maybe you foreign gods. You're foreign gods. But the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, he don't make mistakes. And he's the creator God, right? And according to scripture, the anointed is the creation. So either way, the point is that it's a catch-22 to get rid of the Department of Education, to remove the federal government's reach. But remember that the federal government is full of pedophiles and sick, twisted individuals who are money hungry. Look at what's happening with Doge, right? And all the money that they're finding that's being wasted or stolen. I don't know. There's a lot of shit going on that needs to be dealt with. For me, doesn't matter, right? The reality for me is that my children are no longer children, they're adults. My grandchildren, and they're in school, but I have no influence in that, right? My one daughter sends her son to school because she got to work. I believe that if she didn't have to work, or if she worked from home, or if she was qualified to train him up, she would. But she's not qualified. Not that a parent has to be to a great degree, right? All you have to do is make the decision that you want to homeschool your child and offer up a curriculum. I said curriculum. Did you hear me? Holy shit. Offer up a curriculum of your approval, of your choosing, what you want your child to know. Me, I wanted my children to know the truth. So I told them the truth. There is no Santa Claus. Jesus Christ is black. Columbus is a mass murderer and he didn't discover shit. Cortez and all the rest of those so-called explorers were nothing but conquerors who raped, pillaged, and plundered and murdered people. Uh, and other truths about our identity and the cost of life and what it really means to be an American. Now, I always spoke against being a U.S. citizen because I understand that that's a fiction, right? A fiction in the sense that when you look at a fiction, a corporation, the name of that corporation is always in all capital letters, always, when it's a corporation. And by default, all U.S. citizens are corporations, People's United, corporate personhood. And how we know that is just take pieces of mail that you have in your home. I won't even do the official documents. Just look at the mail in your home, right? Junk mail comes to you. Official mail comes to your corporate person. How do we distinguish the two? Well, the real you, the natural you, the living, breathing you is your name, First letter is capital. The rest of your first name is in lowercase lettering. Your last name, the first letter is capital. The rest of the lettering is lowercase lettering. But the official you, the corporate you, the fiction, the legal fiction that can only receive official mail from governments and administrative agencies, like your utility bill and your tax bill, your water bill, your car note, your insurance note, all of that shit comes to your fiction. Corporations can't do business with real people. They can only do business with corporations. So in order to charge you, they had to create a fictional you. And they didn't do it. The government did it because, they're all in cahoots with each other. Full of shit. But check it. That's your mail. And then to completely validate that claim, pull out your license, your social security card, any identification, birth certificates, and things of the such. What else? Voter registration, anything official. Pull that out and look at it. It's all in capital letters. Particularly your birth certificate, your driver's license, and your social security card. Those are all corporate fictions. Well, a corporate fiction of you. A legal entity. Otherwise, the government can't do business with you. They can't charge you. They can't prosecute you. They can't arrest you. They can't do none of that shit because if you don't have that paperwork, you don't exist in their system. Of course, the downside is if you don't exist in their system, then you can't really work. And earn money. This is where upbringing and parenting comes in, and legacy. Because if your parents left you set up, you don't need none of that shit. Unfortunately, we, the poor folk, we don't have legacy, right? Our parents didn't leave a shit but a bill. When our parents die, we got to worry about burying them. Most of them didn't even have life insurance to get buried, let alone to set up their children. And I mean the poor folk. I don't mean, the well-to-do. The well-to-do, they set up their legacies, right? We're learning now. They've kept everything secret from us. It's up to us now to pass that information along. First, set it up, right? I believe that the right way to do it now is through that, what they call the Rockefeller system. Buy life insurance that has cash value, feed into it. Once that cash value reaches a certain amount, borrow out of it and purchase assets and set up trusts and what you should call them, companies, LLCs, right? Holding companies, different entities to protect the assets. But never ever leave the bulk of any of your assets, cash, or property in the name of an individual, one of your children, and don't leave it in the trust and make the trust the owner so that your children can receive equitably without being taxed. At least not taxed greatly, right? Because you can only tax their, if they're legal, you can only tax their income or their property. But if the trust owns the property and it's structured properly, can't tax it. At least that's my understanding of it. And it's how the elite uber rich keep their wealth. I think it was the Vanderbilts, or I don't recall. There was a family that was wealthy, and within their third generation, they were broke. They were around the same times as the Rockefellers. Somehow, the Rockefellers remained wealthy. To date, that family went broke early. Not the Rockefellers, the other ones, the Vanderbilts. I believe it was the Vanderbilts. I don't know. I can't remember their name. Either way, there's a way to establish a legacy, and it's through trusts and index universal life insurance. And you get those insurances on each member of the family, and you make the trust the beneficiary of the death payment so that the money is always available to the family. Because imagine you leave it to one kid and there's a disconnect between your children, and they have a dispute among them. The one child that you left as the beneficiary can decide that it's not going to break bread or divide the inheritance with the other children. So there's, a bunch of bullshit that gets involved. They start contesting if there's a will. They start contesting it. They argue, fight, bicker among themselves, with each other because of improperly structured inheritances. I haven't done it. I tried initially, but I went broke, and it's my own fault because I have this attitude where I'm gonna do what the hell I want. Nobody can make me do a goddamn thing. So whenever I am gainfully employed and an employer decides that he's going to talk to me reckless and speak to me as if I'm an animal and not a human being, and demand and command as if they own me and I'm their property. And I quit. Quit. I don't. I don't continue in that employment because if I do, I'm gonna have to smack the dog shit out of somebody, and I don't want to do that because that's assault. Then you go to jail, and it's really not worth it. At least not for me. Not for me. I don't eat shit. I don't eat shit. So I'll quit a job. I'll lose a job. I don't give a fuck. You're gonna talk to me with respect, or you can go fuck yourself. Period. And again, it's a very dangerous attitude to have because times are hard. And I'm an old nigga, and as such, it's difficult to earn. But I have hidden skills and talents. First of all, I'm a carpenter by trade, right? And there's no age limit on that shit. As long as you know what you're doing, you can always build something and eat. And if push comes to shove, I know the illicit trades. There's always a market for the illicit. Somebody always wants something and they can't get it. I know how to get it. If you want it, I got it. If I ain't got it, I can get it. If I can't get it, I know somebody who can get it. Um, and that's in the open market, the stock market, the free and open market, even the black market, and whatever other markets are available to people. So there's always a way to do something. There's always a way to get money. You just got to be willing to do it and take the risks. And our government is corrupt, right? They are the biggest crooks in our country. Is those members of our government, right? They get billions and billions of dollars I mean, they earn millions for themselves. But how? How on a government like on a politician's salary is Joe Biden the owner of a $45 million home? How is that possible? How is Pelosi worth hundreds of millions? How are any of them? Well, because they're bought and paid for. They're bought and paid for. They work because politicians are, criminals. The the levels of criminals, right? You got the lowest levels, which, as I understand it, is the lowest level is like the street, the gangbangers. That's the lowest level of criminal, the gangs. Then right above them, the intermediary criminals. That would be like the mobsters, right? The mob, the Italians, the Irish, the Jews, organized crime, right? Then you have the professionals. Those are the politicians. Then you got the masters. Stand by. Hello, how are you? I'm well, thank you. No, 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 no. Yeah, I got the stop sign.
Yeah. Have you gone to Montgomery?
Down Montgomery. Come back up that way.
Yeah.
One way. Exactly where you gotta go. Just
Yeah, this way. No, you mean must have like right there.
sure, cause I don't know. You sure? You from here then?
Yeah.
That's what's up. I got daughters. I wouldn't want anybody to leave my daughter. You feel me?
Yeah, but I'm from here like that. Right here is fine.
Okay. You have a good day. All right, people, I'm back. And once again, I'm apologizing for the dead air. It's occupational fuckery for what I'm doing. I'm not comfortable enough to keep having a conversation with myself in front of other people. They'll presume or perceive me to be mentally ill, and I can't have that. So, anyway, I think I left off at the Masters, but let me recap. The low level criminals are the streets, the gangs, right? Intermediaries are the organized crime, the mob. The professionals are the politicians, and I forgot to mention law enforcement. They're criminals too. Out of 10 cops, 8 are fags, one's a crook. No, 8 are fags, and of those 8, they're probably all criminal. One's a professional criminal, and maybe you got one dedicated real cop that wants to make a difference. But he learns right away that blue wall is not to be tampered with. Anyway, the professional criminals are the politicians and law enforcement. Every alphabet cop there is a criminal. And I know a few that were not criminal, but they learned right away that they can't beat that system. Anyway, those are the professionals. And then you got the master criminals. And those are like the Vatican and the crown, the monarchs and the ministers, the crooked, corrupt fuckers. Come on, man, what are you doing with your jackass? So all of them are criminals, and I don't feel that I owe them anything. Fuck them. All of them, particularly the government. Fuck them. If I had it my way and I could influence the people, particularly here in the U.S., we wouldn't pay taxes to neither federal nor state. Fuck them. Get your own money. Earn your own money. You're not going to earn it off of us anymore. We're not doing that. Right? Think about that shit. We work and then money gets taxed, right? It's taxed. And then we buy shit that gets taxed with money that's already been taxed. And that makes absolutely no fucking sense to me. None. So if it were up to me, if I had the influence to compel people, American people, to do one thing, I would compel us to not ever pay a tax again, right? And to start that compulsion, I would compel us to take one day, one 24-hour period to just stop every fucking thing. Don't buy nothing. Don't use the internet. Don't use power. Don't do nothing. Don't go to work. Do just one day. All Americans, 360 million with their children, 300 million plus, and children, just stop for one day. One day we would send a message to these cocksuckers in Congress, in the Senate, in the White House, in the courts that we are not beat and that we want change. And that's the type of change that we can usher in. Well, not, but that's how we can usher in change. We just stop. We're not going to do it because, there are some Americans that are better off than others. And then you got Americans that are just chicken shit. They're scared of the government, right? So who would agree? Nobody. Nobody's going to agree simply because, but not everybody, right? There are some people who are going to disagree, like the ones who are making 6 and 7 figures. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. They don't give a fuck about you and me if we're poor. They don't care. They don't care. They'll talk that good shit, but they don't care. And you'll know them when you see them. And unfortunately, a lot of them look just like you and me. What are you doing? Piece of shit. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome. How are you? I'm well, thank you. it off here or around the corner, dear?
Here's mine.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. You're welcome so much. Have a good day, man. Okay, people, I'm back. And I don't remember where I was. I think I was talking about compelling the American people to stop paying taxes, to completely abolish income tax altogether on a state and federal level. Right? We keep our money. We work, we earn, we keep. The only ones who should pay taxes are corporations. Corporations. Anyone who has a corporation pay tax on their capital gains. Other than that, no individual who is a employee, who's a worker, should pay their a tax. Nobody. And we know that they don't need us to pay tax because when they want to just pick up a tab for another country, $200 billion, like for Ukraine, which they only got 100 billion of it, right? Zelensky was talking about that. I was listening to a press conference today. Doge is unlocking or uncovering a lot of theft in the government. They took that $200 billion to give to Ukraine. They put the bill on to the American people, and they only gave 100 billion to the Ukraine. Where's the other 100 billion? That's why they don't want Elon Musk to start snooping around in the files, because he's going to find it. He's going to find the money, and the thief is going to have to answer for it, right? So again, I would compel the American people to stop paying taxes on a state and federal level. No more taxes for the individual, for the worker, for American families. Corporations, yes, you would have to pay taxes. You would have to pay taxes. Corporations, any corporation that operates in America. And if you leave America, none of your products can enter America. So we would be tight. Our system of government and our society would be tight because we would have to cut off a lot of shit. We would have to sacrifice a lot in order to get our way, to demand what we want. And I think we should. I think that we should go back to providing for ourselves. As I said many times before, I live in New Jersey. New Jersey is the Garden State, right? When I was a child, almost every household had a garden. Almost. They were providing their own food, right? And if done right, you could do that shit all year long. So I say that to say that tightening up the belt straps, forcing everyone to pay, and if they don't want to pay, fuck you, leave. Leave. The corporations leave. Get the fuck out of the country. We're not accepting any of your products. We're not accepting any of you. See, that's how I would do it. If I were president, I would cut the tax on the American family, on the individual man, woman, and even child, right? There would be no tax, no state tax, no federal tax on income. Um, I would tax products, not food products though, not food products, but everything else would be taxed. Cars, appliances, electronics, housing, everything would be taxed except food. Even clothing would be taxed. Corporations would pay a capital gains tax, a big one too. And if they don't want to pay, fuck them. Get out of the country. And your products will not be imported into the country. We're not buying your shit, no matter what it is. Now, again, what American would agree to that? Because most of America is selfish. We want our creature comforts. We don't want to live without our processed, ultra processed foods. We don't want to live without our fuckery. I hate to say it like that. We don't want to live without our fuckery. Damn, they made this a one way. You motherfuckers. We don't want to live without our, we want what we want when we want it. It's why cocaine in the 80s was such a big thing. Everyone was mad at the drug traffickers, right? Pablo Escobar and the Medellin cartel and the Cali cartel. Everybody was mad at them. But who was the largest consumer of cocaine? Largest consumer of cocaine was the American public. So there wouldn't have been a supply if there was no demand. But I'm getting off track. The point is that it's time for Americans to take back America. And how we do that is that we unite and we tell the government what we want. And I believe that there has to be a and I hate to say this, but we're going to have to come to blows. And we shouldn't have to, because we're all here together. But the rich do not give a fuck about the poor. They just don't. They don't give a shit about you. The rich don't give a shit about you, right? The only way the rich are going to be affected is when they realize that they can't eat their money. Right? He's like, whoever controls the food in the very near future is going to be the wealthiest person in the country, because there's going to be scarcity, right? I garden. I garden. If I could farm, I would, but I don't own land. So I have, a very small, modest garden. And I focus my grow on um, things that I can use. So with that, I think that all Americans, especially those of us who are poor, think that we should go back to self-sufficiency, self-reliance, grow our own food. Those of you who own properties, right, have some form of livestock, chickens, goats. If you have land, cattle, you can do it. And again, we would first have to abolish the income tax. We would first have to force our government to leave us the fuck alone, to understand that their power is by consent. They govern by consent, not by right, cocksuckers. They think they have the right to govern us. They really do believe that they govern by right, that it is their birthright to govern us. determine what's best for us, for the American people. I say, who knows better than you what you need? Who knows better than you? I don't think there's anybody who knows anything better than you about what you need to live comfortably. Right? Now, is it possible that you'll get greedy and want to have more than the next person? Yeah, it's what it is. Greed is a very real thing. Greed is as real as racism. But nobody wants to talk about racism. Maybe they'll talk about greed. Right? We can take back this nation. We should take back this nation. The problem is, again, we're so divided on dumb shit. On dumb shit. Like I said, I know somebody who told me that if something happened in on the planet, right, that affected North America and Canada, and hunger was prevalent, this person told me that they would rather die than accept any help from anyone who voted for Trump. They would rather die. How foolish is that? That's ridiculous. And I repeat that. I know somebody, and if there's one person, there's many. I know somebody, right, a person of color, who said to me that if something were to happen, some catastrophe were to happen in the United States of America or in Canada or both, and hunger was prevalent and people were starving, that they would rather die than receive help from anyone who voted for Trump or any red state. They would be like, no, thank you. We would rather starve to death. Now, that's big talk because they're not starving. I know hunger. I've passed hunger, right? So I know that hunger is ugly. And I'm gonna my fail. Holy shit. So it's easy to talk that shit. But I believe that if there's one person that believes that dumb shit, then there are many people who believe that dumb shit. And that's dangerous. That's a dangerous mindset because by that same token, that means they wouldn't help you. They wouldn't help you. And that's retarded. Like, I'm going to help anybody who needs help in that time, right? I'm going to concentrate my attention on my people, but all people, after there's an order to things, right? You first take care of your house before you take care of anyone else's house. You don't let your family go hungry and feed other families first. No, you feed your family. And then with the excess of the surplus, you feed the other families. You help in order. There's an order to things. So I'll do it that way. But I'm not turning anybody away, white, black, Jew, or Gentile. Not initially. I mean, not right away. I mean, I don't even know how to word it. First, I'm taking care of mine, then I'll take care of yours. Right? But if we get together and we do that, then, it should work out. But the reality is that people are nuts. And they're not thinking straight. The country is divided. The country is divided. Now, I'm speaking as an American now, right? Not a Jew. I am a Jew, but I'm speaking as an American Jew. And Americans are divided on a lot of shit. We're divided on race, class, economics, politics, religion. We're just fucking divided. And again, the one critical component is race, because we cannot deny that that's the catalyst for all separation. See, white people want us to forget that they were racist or are racist. They want us to forget that. And then there's a group actively working to reinstate that racism. Because there's a few people in America, white people, that if they could have slaves again, they would have slaves again. They would. And the reverse. I believe that if black and brown people could enslave white people, we would. I don't want no slaves. I don't need no fucking slaves. Plus, I have a promise, right? In the kingdom, those who led into captivity will go into captivity, right? That those people whose masters they were will serve those whose captives, those who they held captive, they will serve them. So in this life, I don't want no fucking slaves, right? I got a promise in the kingdom. So I wouldn't do it. But yeah, I believe that there are people that if they could enslave humanity, they would enslave humanity, particularly white people, particularly. This way. I do believe that we would enslave each other. But again, all that, again, getting sidetracked. And I'm not. The reality is that as bad as I would like for us to unite under a cause like taxes and the cost of living, we're not gonna, because as long as there is people who aren't affected by it, they're not going to galvanize. They're not going to recognize your struggle. They're not. They don't give a shit about you. The rich don't give a shit about you. They say they do, right? But they don't. And yo, like the wealthy, the extremely wealthy are some of the most miserable fucking people. I don't understand how with all that money, come on, man, what are you doing? Get in the fucking car, let's go. Bitch. Anyway, my bad. Yeah, they're not gonna recognize your struggle. The people who are off and well to do. And look, as a whole, black and brown people, we are at the bottom of the food chain, right? We don't have shit, we don't own shit. Particularly here in the United States. And that's everybody. I mean, there are some people who own shit because they have a allodial title and they work that out, or they have land patents, right? But predominantly, the rest of us, we don't own a fucking thing. And amongst black and brown population, the black and brown population, there are people who are wealthy. They're well to do. They don't give a fuck about you. LeBron James does not give a fuck about you. Oprah Winfrey does not give a fuck about you. Whatever Hispanic Latino is wealthy does not give a fuck about his Hispanic Latino poor person. He don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. They care more about their money than they do you. And if they even think that they're gonna lose their money by helping you, they're gonna ignore you. They're like, fuck you, very much. Very simple. Don't believe me? Look at what happened with Nick Cannon. He didn't even say it. He said we Jews. They made him backtrack. They took Wild and Out from him. They took all of his everything he put together. They took it from him. And what did he do? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, master. Right? And I ain't mad at him. Not mad at him. I get it. Right? I get it. I understand. But the reality is that that's a fact. It's a truth. There's fuckers that got money and they ain't doing shit for you and don't give a fuck about you. They don't. They don't. They don't care. Yo, there's people who are making just like 60,000, 70,000. That don't give a fuck about you as long as their cupboards are full and their refrigerator is packed and their bills are paid. They don't give a shit about you. And even if they gave a shit, they ain't doing nothing for you. Nothing. Nothing. Right? And then they'll tell the very same people, and I'm talking about people of color now, black, African American, Hispanic, Latino of indigenous descent, who are doing better than others. They'll talk shit to you about your poor decisions, about what you did wrong. how you're in this situation of your own doing, your own accord. You did that to yourself. Don't give a fuck. So again, I say all that to say the same shit that I've been saying. That we can, as a people, we can take back the country. We can force the government to do what the fuck we want. But it would require us to galvanize. And never mind that we can't galvanize um, as a nation. We can't even galvanize as a people because we're still, black and white and Hispanic and Latino. We're not American. And the reality is that that's a reality. We are separated by colorism, identity, uh, uh, national identity. And no, I can't say national identity because that would be American. We don't identify as that. We identify as black, Hispanic, Latino, and that's because white people identify us as black, Hispanic, Latino, and themselves as I don't know. I haven't heard them call themselves Caucasian in years. They call themselves American, and they say Black American or Hispanic American or whatever the fuck American. But they don't recognize you or me. So there is no galvanization. The one thing we all have in common, not all, but a great majority, is that we're all struggling in America. We have a working poor. There is no middle class anymore, not in my opinion or estimation. The way I see it, the middle class is all but gone. If there's any left, there won't be soon. But I believe even the wealthy, like the individual, wealthy individual, I believe that even he agrees that fuck taxes, fuck state tax, fuck federal tax. We shouldn't pay that bullshit. We shouldn't pay the government a fucking thing. Not us, not the individual. Fuck them. They steal from the coffers of the United States. They steal from the people. How else do you explain somebody like Joe Biden being a millionaire, a multimillionaire? How do you explain that? How do you justify that? He's a fucking moron. Never mind that he's a moron, a complete fucking idiot. Whoever's in charge got their hand up so far up his ass that I don't even know how to finish that. But he's a fucking stooge and a moron. A moron. I followed his career. When I heard him say that he wasn't sending his children to school in the jungle, when I heard him say that dumb shit, I was like, okay, I need to know who the fuck this guy is. And real talk, he hasn't accomplished a fucking thing. Nothing. Yet he's a multimillionaire. How? How is the big guy? Remember how he was referred to, the big guy? They was talking about him. You people are in denial if you think that they weren't talking about him. That pipeline in Crimea, um, who John McCain's son, Joe Biden's son, and Kerry's son, I believe it was Kerry. They are on the board of that pipeline, and that this conflict with Ukraine is something about Russia. No, this is about Russia making sure that America don't creep her ass into his lands, into Russia. And that's what they want to do. They want to disrupt his oil. They blew up his pipeline. Yeah, I don't know shit. I don't know shit, but I know that. I know that. I know that there's a lot of shit going on that we are not privy to unless you're looking for it. And who has the time, right? People got to go to work. They're busy with their bills. They're stressing. Most hate their lives and their fucking jobs. Not all, but most. And then the ones that are doing okay, I'm telling you, they don't give a fuck about you. I know some. I know some. I know some. They cool. They cool with me, like, right? All right, cool. Yeah, you cool, D. But as a people, give a fuck about our people. And I'm talking about our people. Talking about our people. They don't give a shit about you and me. And they look like you and me. And remember, not all skin folk is our kinfolk. So just because you melanated don't mean you my people. Um, but I'm talking about our people. Like the the ones who are well to do. And there's a few. And I don't even mean they're uber rich, like the athletes and the musicians and the actors and the talk show hosts. Like people put all that emphasis on these people. I don't. I don't fuck about none of them. Fuck them. Ain't none of them in my community. None of them. The only one that I see, I'm not saying none of them give back, but as a whole to the people, do anything for black people, none of them. None of them. Shaq goes to Walmart and pays for your shit. Thank you. Thank you, fucker. We appreciate you. Paying for people, individual people shit. Okay, that's cool. That's awesome. What are you doing for the people though? Like as what are you using your money to help the people? How are you pledging your wealth to further the advancement of your people? What are you doing? You got hella businesses, you got hella shit, all of them. Like I said, and together, right? Together, they don't make up an eighth of Elon Musk's wealth. You know, he ain't doing shit for black people and brown people, right? What they're focusing on is government. What he's focusing on is making sure that he can get SpaceX and Starlink in every government. That's what he's doing. And again, I ain't mad at the nigga. I ain't mad at him. Fuck it. Get money, nigga. We could get money, we would. All right, people, I'm gonna need y'all to stand by a minute, all right? I'll be right back. What up, people? Back. Change. Again, I don't remember where I left off, but it doesn't matter. The reality is that the only way we can usher in any type of change is to become the change we want to see, right? So, I personally don't partake in this government. Give a shit. I don't pay no parts. I don't play no ball. I don't take nothing out of it either, though. I don't take nothing. I don't accept any of their benefits, any of their privileges. Don't. I depend on me. And yes, I work. I don't ask the government for shit, so I don't give the government shit. Doesn't matter to me what they think. I'd like to hear what everybody else thinks. How they feel about it. At least about the taxes. What do you think? Think it's fair that the American people should have their income taxed on a state and federal level? I don't know. I don't think it's fair. I don't think we owe the government a fucking thing. It's why I believe the tariffs are a good idea. And yes, the cost will be passed on to us, but if we're not paying taxes, we'll have more money to cover it. It makes absolute sense to me. Absolute sense. It forces American innovation. It forces us back to manufacturing. Forces us to do the jobs that we claim the illegals are taking from us. And remember, right? Look at the illegals. The people we call illegals, the Central and Southern Americans. And they are Americans. They're just Central American and Southern American. But think about them. When they out on the street, the ones that are industrious, they're at the do-it-yourself places, Home Depot, Lowe's, Ace, any do-it-yourself place in numbers, right? Waiting for contractors to pick them up to do work. And they do the work right. So what? They drink a couple cases of Corona while they're working. As long as they get a job done, who gives a fuck? And they're on the street selling fruit and, getting money. I don't see us doing that shit. When we talk about they taking our jobs, we don't want to do those jobs. I've done landscaping. That shit is hard work. That shit is hard work, you heard? I mean, for real, that shit is hard work. And we're not willing to do that shit for the money they paying them. We think we're somehow, and keep it 100. I've worked with us. Black and Puerto Rican, I've worked with us. We'll half-ass the shit out of work. Half-ass it, we will. And we want more money to half-ass the job. Because we don't really want to do that shit. Yo, I did landscaping. I'm a carpenter by trade. I stopped doing it because the people we deem illegal, they were taking peanuts to do what I do. I was like, fuck that, I'm not taking peanuts. Now I could probably get back into it. But do I really want to at 54 years old? Do I really want to beat my body up again? Swinging a fucking hammer, carrying sheetrock and lumber and doing all that dumb shit. Do I really want to do that? No, I do not. So, what are we to do? That I'm trying to establish a garden, trying to grow food on a big scale. Not so big that it's, gonna cure world hunger, but big enough to where I can earn a living off it. So I don't know, people. I need to know what you think. And I really do. Like, I need to know. Because I know how I feel and what I think. But I don't know what you think. I don't know what you feel. How you feel, rather. I don't know if I'm even making sense to any of you. So, chime in whenever you feel like it. It doesn't have to be right now. It could be in the future. You can leave a message. What do you call it? Yeah, a message, right? What the fuck do you call it? Comment. There it is. I had a fucking brain freeze just now. But not a brain freeze, but a brain fart. NeuroGum, shameless plug. NeuroGum, get it. It's actually really good. Gets rid of brain fog. Gives you mental clarity and focus. It really does. They're not paying me to say that. I'm a customer. I use their product. It's a really good product. So anyway, let's get it popping. I'm about to pick up, right? So of course I gotta hit you with the dead air. Not doing it on purpose. This is part of the occupational hazard. This is what I'm picking up. I'm sorry. Ixnay that. But I believe I sent her a message. Nope. I haven't. I'm live streaming, recording this for our protection and accountability. I'm live streaming and getting my feet wet on, being able to host a podcast, talk to people. Not talking to anyone right now. I'm just talking to myself, but talking to you, whoever may be listening. Getting very much needed practice so that when I do establish it, right, when it does get off the ground, I know what the hell I'm doing. But anyway, I'm about to pick up this person, so I'm gonna hit you with the banner. Stand by. I'm on a ride, and I'll be right back with you after I drop off this person. Hello, how are you? I am well, thank you for asking. God is good, so I'm good. Yes, ma'am. Okay. How you doing today? Nothing wrong with that. You know, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we in a wicked world, right? So it's I say it like 50 said it. I don't smile a lot because ain't nothing pretty.
Can you? Okay. At least I'm
But like you,
yeah.
I'm trying to, right? Because I got to kill the old man, put on the new man, right? So for me, it's a matter of learning to let go and let God. This God business, right? My only obligation is to follow His law, statutes, and commandments, right?
Okay. Oh God. I know you did. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we and you know what? To lighten it up, to make sure that let's see, this guy is all in the way right here. But we got next. I'm not gonna say you're my elder because I don't know if you're my older than me. I'm probably. I'm 54. Okay. Much older? We could have been in high school at the same time. All right, so we peers. We close. We got next, sis. We got next. According to scripture, all we got to do is endure till the end. Excuse me, 1 second. This the X. The Y. You're on the air. I'm trying to get the headphones to work. Let me just dial you right back after I get the hint. Wait, let me see. Hold on. Wait. Hello? Okay, yeah, I can hear you. What's up? Yeah, I'm on the road. I tell her that one day God is going to show you that I'm not your enemy, and it's going to be too late. But whatever. We got next. All we have to do, Christ said, endure till the end. Turn back to Him. Keep His law, statutes, and commandments. Stop believing the lies. Repent and turn back to Him and endure till the end. And don't let this take us. And we got next, because the kingdom is for us. Kingdom is for us.
I don't want to get there early. I just want to get there.
Look, I'm not rushing him. I'm not rushing him.
Because we got a lot to do.
But
I'd say another 20 years.
listen, if He took me today, right, I may not get the kingdom, right? I may not get the kingdom, but what the guarantee is this: this place here is over. Okay, that's
I
all
don't
again.
want to see how it goes.
1 second. Hello? 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 Yo, hello? Hello? That's the devil. Yeah. And you know what? Look, I believe, right, that we can change.
Yeah.
In Christ.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
In Christ only, though.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, okay.
She made a mistake in divorcing him or marrying him. Divorcing him. And listen, God frowns. God never intended for us to divorce. In fact, right, the Bible, Christ said, anyone of us, because again, people say that Christ came for everybody. No, he didn't. He came for on this side of the world. No, not even. Not even. He came, he said, I was sent not but to the children of Israel. Right? And it turns out that the children of Israel on this side of the world is what we call African American, Black, Hispanic, Latino, of indigenous descent, and what we call Native Americans, who were in fact Latino, right? The children of Israel, those are that's a bloodline. That's not a religion. Right now, I'm not saying that there aren't other Israelites, like we got Ethiopian Jews. We got a lot of different Jews that they're the children of Israel. So anyone who's a Jew, but only the Jews, right? And he said that anyone who divorces for any reason other than sexual infidelity or adultery, well, yeah, no, then that's divorce. That's divorce. Yeah, no, that absolved him. That absolved him. Yeah, good. Yeah, God said with With the woman, it's one and done. One and done. God is a trip. Yeah, no, God is a trip. That's why when I be like, God is good till he ain't.
Right.
Because you know,
Because he's just.
yeah, he just. Yeah, he just. But people got to remember that he said, I hate and I love. I do good and I do evil. I do it.
Yep.
So,
So if he didn't say, he know.
yeah, he know. Even Satan go to him for permission. They say, he said that people say like Satan is rebellious. No, he is not. Read the book of Job. Read the book of Job. Yeah, he can't do nothing unless God say go do it. Go ahead, go do it. Go handle that. Go do that. That's why I don't want no problems. I want no problems with God. He'll send the devil on you. Put the devil. He'll put the devil. Can you imagine?
I don't want to.
No, right?
Thank you. I'm good.
Mm-hmm. That's right. That's right.
So yeah, you sent some driving. Thank you very much. Okay, so
Thank you.
I have some CD.
Got your Bible with you?
No, I have
The this thing. Yeah. I'll tell you what though. Today, if you can, go into the book of Deuteronomy.
Okay.
The 28th chapter.
Okay.
All right, read that. That's the blessings and the curses. And that.
That's real.
Oh, but wait. Not only is it real, right? It's a clue on who it's talking about. And you'll see for sure, because that's what convinced me that I'm an Israelite. Convinced me because I didn't know nothing. Ah, yeah. That's Paul. That's the Apostle Paul. That's my man. He's a difficult writer. Yeah. Because most people think, because most people don't know that he's referring to the Old Testament all the time. Right? And they say that what Paul said the law is done away with. Yeah, he said the law of animal sacrifice is done away with. Oh no, the law is done away with. Right, so we can murder them. Right, we can steal and lie. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
It's terrible. It's terrible. Don't catch up.
Yeah.
I know what
Yeah. How did he say? Line upon line, line upon line, precept upon precept. Here a little and there a little. Right? Yeah, you got to know. Like my favorite thing, right, that I found out, and I always suspected it, but I didn't know because I'm not a Bible scholar. Like the men I learned from, they're scholars. They can say the book of Proverbs, chapter 10, 11, verse 12. What? And they can tell you what it says, and I'm like, yeah, I got it. Me personally, yeah, that ain't me. I can paraphrase it. But when I found out, right, and remembering Psalms, lean not on your own understanding. How you go? Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. Acknowledge him in all your ways and he'll make your path straight. Right? So that's Proverbs. All right, cool. See, Psalms. I don't, like I said, I can't say the book, chapter, and verse, but I can spit it. That's right. I'm trying though. I read 4 chapters a day, trying to get it in my head like that. Because I've only been at it 8 years now. I'm 54. I rejected the Bible, but not like me. No, I rejected it like for real. I said, man, listen. I felt like that woman and woman thou art loose. And I'm saying that I feel effeminate. I'm saying that I felt like the church was the most wicked, and still today I feel the same way. I still feel the same way. Look, the book says, "Woe unto you, pastors!" Right? For your flock. How dare you lead them astray? How dare you? The bag, right? Yeah. I see.
God knows I wanted some snacks.
Yeah, won't he do it? Won't he do it?
And you on the floor. I said,
I remember finding money was a common. I mean, I haven't seen any money anywhere. Mm.
I mean, there was no way that it just dropped. You know what I'm saying? There was cars everywhere. Cars.
Yeah, I lose money regular too. I
Don't
lose.
put your money. Don't put your money.
What's that? Yeah, I made that mistake. My mother bag of clothes. Ooh. I didn't know though. I didn't know. I was like, that's superstitious. I made that mistake. But I learned a whole bunch from like I don't even touch a woman's bag now. That's, my wife said, go in their bag and give me like, yeah, I don't want to go in your bag. I don't know what's in there. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Thanks for making me laugh.
Yes, ma'am.
See.
What if Christ said that as a man or a woman or even a child thinks, so is he, right? So the quality and type of our life is in our thoughts. So Christ said we must renew that, right? Yeah, I gotta kill the old man 2-3 times a day. And I'm trying. But knowing that we are the children of Israel on this side of the world, knowing that helps. Knowing that helps. Because again, there are certain truths that are, you know,
It's about Africa, India,
right. And look, not all skin folk is our kinfolk.
Exactly.
That's first.
Exactly.
But they try to give us a Middle Eastern Christ. Nah. When I read the description in Daniel and in Revelation, no. And he's not an Ishmaelite either. He's not an Arab. But he did come in the flesh, right? And that flesh was black. That's all I'm saying. That's all right. Because the facts is the facts. Why is she calling me again? Hello? 0317. Do it again. 0317. Pull it down. Open it. Take the key with you till you get out, and then when you put it back in, take it with you, and then when you leave, lock it back and put the key back in and mix up the numbers. Right? Okay. All right. Tell him. Control those. No, yeah, you couldn't threaten me with a good time.
No.
But now I don't give power to it. I try not to. Try not to. Just, listen, let me be. Just let me be. all right though. Yeah. I'm seeking after my own salvation. I can't save your soul. I gotta save my own with fear and trembling. I think the scriptures say. You know, so cool. You don't whatever. It's all good. Or not, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Or not, because there's there's two thirds of our people are gonna die with the heathen. They're gonna die with the heathen. So that's God. I didn't say that. I didn't write that Bible. That Bible's millennia old.
Yeah.
I can turn in, right? You as well, dear.
Okay, thanks for the phone call.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And stay first.
Yeah, you as well, dear. We out here. Yeah, well, hopefully, right? I'm hoping. Have a good afternoon, dear. Thank you. All right, people, I'm back. Even though I gotta go pick up real quick. I got 6 minutes. So, again, I don't know where I left off. I don't know what I was talking about. But I'll just go back to the fact that here, Americans, not the US, Americans, the Republic, we need to reestablish that Republic. We need to reaffirm our rights and our rights and our liberties, freedoms and liberties. The only way we can do that is to fight for it. We got to be willing to fight, bleed, and die for it. And not many of us are anymore. And the ones that are being labeled heretics and lunatics and every other bullshit that they can be labeled. So what are we willing to do to secure a better future? What that shit. What are we willing to do to secure a better future? Not only for ourselves, but for our future, for our children and grandchildren and shit like that. What are we willing to do for it? Like the beautiful thing about our ancestors, and I don't mean my ancestors who were captured and enslaved, right? But I mean the forefathers of this nation, that they pledged themselves, their bodies, and their fortunes, to the establishing of this republic for themselves and their posterity. And by extension, it falls on us, right? I can think it, like I said, as far as I know, according to the Dred Scott case, black and brown people don't have rights because we are not citizens. But until the white man decides to be bold enough and be like, you niggas ain't got rights, the Constitution don't apply to you, I'm going to invoke and exercise every right that's available to me. So by extension, it applies to us, by extension, until they say otherwise. And they will, because the 14th Amendment did not guarantee anyone any rights. It guaranteed permission. It gave the government the right to give us permission to do shit. So we do it. It's why the Voting Rights Act has to be renewed every several years. because we don't have the right to vote, because we don't have rights. But whatever. Um, while it can be done, we need to do it. And I would urge white people to first recognize who your enemy is. White people. Now I'm speaking to you, white folk, Caucasians. I'm speaking to you now, American ones. Whether you poor, whether you rich, it doesn't fucking matter. If you're white, I'm talking to you right now. You need to recognize that your enemy is not black and brown people. It ain't Hispanics and Native Americans and so-called African American black people, so-called Hispanic Latinos, so-called Native Americans. Those people are not your enemies. Your enemy looks like you. You don't believe me? Look at the Revolutionary War. Look at the Civil War. Look at the war in Crimea. I mean, in Ukraine, right? That's white people against white people. We are not your enemy. The African American black man, woman, and child, the Hispanic Latino of indigenous descent, and the indigenous population of North, South, Central America, we are not your enemy. Your enemy looks like you. That aside, if you stand up and fight for the Constitution, we will back you because those rights will trickle upon us. And with the understanding that I know that a great many of you hate black and brown people, a great many of you, not all of you, a great many. But the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And your enemy looks like you. And I think you know it, white people. I think that you know that your enemy is the white man. The people in charge. And I'm sorry, blacks and Hispanics are not in charge of shit, of nothing. We don't own anything. We don't have anything. We don't control the government, the economy, nothing. Everything we have to go to our enemy. So I'll even, make that clear. Though we are not your enemy, black, brown, Hispanic, Latino, Native American, yada, yada, yada. We are not the enemy of white people, but white people are the enemy of African American, black men, women, and children. You're the enemy of Hispanic, Latinos of indigenous descent, and you're the enemies of Native Americans. You're our enemy, but we are not your enemy, right? We're not your enemy so much that right now, black people are fighting hard to be all inclusive with white people. I don't get it, but whatever. If you stand up and fight to reestablish the Constitution as the supreme law of the land, we will back you. We will stand with you. Because see, the government will paint the street with my people, black, Hispanic, Native American. They'll kill us dead if we try to fight. But if you try to fight, they'll be hard pressed to kill their own. Now, that's not saying that they won't do it. Again, the Civil War is proof that they'll kill you too. But they understand that 99% of white people, that 51% of white people own 99% of the guns in America. It's why they're trying to relieve you of them. The Small Arms Treaty, look it up. The UN Small Arms Treaty, they're trying to disarm the American population. They know that you got guns. Your militias are the shit. Like, I met a militia. I met a few members of a militia. And the shit that I saw, that they're armed with, listen, and I believe that, right? As a student of the Constitution, not a scholar, a student, I know that the framers intended for the people who the Second Amendment applies to, the right of the people, they intended for us to have everything the military has, so that in the event the government turns on us, we can have a fighting chance. But we've allowed these career politicians and dynastic families to dictate what is best, like they know. Like let me say before I pick up, right? Hillary Clinton, fuck that bitch. Fuck that bitch and fuck her daughter. Fuck them. They're criminal. Not only are they criminal, they're demonic. Fuck Chelsea. And mark my words, I believe that in the future, Chelsea Clinton is going to run for president. And I think that the Trump family should groom Barron to run against her so that we have a Trump Clinton battle again and Trump will win it. And then you white people pray for Trump. I know most of you hate him because I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you, but pray for him because they're going to try to kill him. And he's got your best interest at heart. He's doing what's best for the country. All right, I'm picking up. Let me get back at y'all. Stand by. Hello. What's the name? What's the name on the? Yeah, Dawn. How are you today, brother?
Yeah, man. I was out to go to work early today, and I have no reason why I was sleeping so good.
It's all right, man. Don't worry about it. You'll get there. You go to the city? Enough money. Not for me, I ain't got it. God bless you. I can't go there. I don't know. I just got to think about New York. If the United States is the Roman Empire, New York is Rome herself. Right? If she's the Babylonian Empire, she's Babylon herself. Right? So, and my thing is that if anything else happens there, they locking that place down. Locking it down. You ain't getting off the island. We're talking escape from New York type shit. And you ain't getting off the island. They made a mistake the last time when we got off with boats. Right? The ferries came across. They was like oversight. That won't happen again. So I don't go. You couldn't, like I said, they can offer me $1 million a year. No, thank you. I'm good. I can use it. Good. So God bless you. I pray for you. What's your name? Michael. I pray for you, Michael. Valley of the East over there. People hate when I talk like that too. People love New York. So you know.
I tried to live a life. I'm from New York. I tried to live a life like mom. These stuff is so brown. No. What you say? I was about to, but she's like, you know, this is the second time I'm listening to her. She's been so out of the work that
What the fuck? I'm in fucking New York. Expensive shit. Alright, so you definitely in the belly of the fucking beast. I can dig it.
Yeah,
I can dig it.
do that.
No. That's right. She was like, thank you, Lou. What do you do? A&R production? Like, what are you doing? Oh, shit. That's what's up. Yeah, guard your soul, man. Guard that shit. They want it. No doubt. No doubt. He does not. He does not. When he say some crazy shit in that Bible, God be saying some crazy shit. I be like, oh, I don't want no sauce with God. No sauce. No sauce. I think the only fear I I have is of the Lord. You damn right. You're powerless against it. He'll send the devil against you. He'll put a spirit on you. Like, I read what he did to Saul. I don't want that. I don't want that. That's when you see some shit that oh shit. What degree you at? Third degree? Is Scottish right? Woo. You went there. You said in England?
I moved to England.
Oh shit.
And I got stuck here. I came to see my daughter, and COVID happened. I ended up getting stuck here. Didn't go back. I had to rent my flat in England. And then by the time that was over, all that stuff was over, I was already.
Listen, no shit. I was like, yo, he's forgetting that. He was forgetting all kind of shit. He ain't forget that. And he would look at me and he's like, grandson, you know I can't tell you that. Yeah, he would tell me, yo, I can't call your name. He couldn't call my name for shit, but he said, I know you grandson. I know you grandson. And he said, come on, grandson, you know I can't tell you that. And I would ask him, like, yo, give me the secret of Hiram Abiff. Oh, I know. I got a bunch of the books. I'm not supposed to have them. But like I said, family members is Masons. And
yes, I got it. You got this book.
Yeah. I ain't even gonna say how I got it. It is what it is. I'm just up the pike. I'm in North. Yeah, that's right there. Just up the pike. I was born in this town. Yeah. Back before all that shit you see there, none of that shit. Yo, so it was like factories, right? Colgate pretty much owned all of the manufacturing in the area. It was factories and a couple of the brownstones that you see along like Columbus Park and the Heights and all, not the Heights, the shit back here. Morris and all that shit back there where the paint factory was. Once that paint factory blew up, that's where the whole community went to shit.
It blew up.
Yeah, that shit blew up. When I was a kid, that shit blew the fuck up. Burnt for days. Back there where what is that? That's Grand Street? Is that Montgomery? Montgomery. Where all that new construction is. All that was a paint factory back then. Like I said, all that shit you see, none of that was there. None of this shit here. None of this was here. This was all open water. All of this was open water with like old ships that had been stocked forever. Yeah. None of this shit was here. None of this.
built it up.
Yeah, yeah. Bro, if I had any idea, I would have taken pictures as they was doing. That would have been a hell of a book.
Yeah, you got some bread for that.
Some real bread. None of this. That's like when I come through here, I be like, damn, I love what they done. I don't really, if they sucking up every square inch of it, there's gonna be no room for nothing. They turning this shit to Manhattan.
So
They turn this shit into Manhattan. They gentrified the shit out of it.
that's how they got to this book. Yeah, last year. Yeah, they came from the big, they said they just from areas that didn't realize what happened. I didn't realize that they were in the process of it. So my building is brand new building. I'm the first one living with all the new tenants, but everything around it
Yeah, still,
is still like
still the hood. Yeah, still the hood. They about to do, yo. I heard, and I know it's gonna happen. I heard a white woman in Harlem. She called that shit so hard. I said, what the fuck? I asked, what is so hard? She said South Harlem. I said, oh, there it is. They about to take Harlem. And I'm like, yo, you know, Harlem is historically black, like official. And she said, so hard. I said, oh no. Yep, that's it. They're about to take it. Yeah. Where's Bumpy when you need him? Where's Bumpy Johnson? Where's all the real, you know, money when you need it? She said so hard. I looked. I was eating at a spot. Fried chicken joint. I forget the name of the brother. He'd been there for years. His family was there, and I'm eating. They was there, and you know, whenever you see them in the hood, I'm like, ah, yeah, they up to something. But she said, look, it's so hard. She made me turn around and excuse me. Did you just say? And I'm from Jersey. I'm surprised no one from Harlem caught that shit. I'm like, the fuck? Did y'all hear her? She said, so hard. Definitely. Already funny, right? And it's funny because it's on both sides,
Yeah.
right? That's why I try to make sure that everybody understand. Like, I can't speak for all Hispanics and Latinos, but Puerto Ricans, Boricuas, like I said, as far as I'm 54, as far as I can remember, everywhere was black and Puerto Rican. Everywhere. Maybe not Dominican, maybe not Cuban, maybe not El Salvadorian, but black and Puerto Rican, that shit was real. They better. Yeah, this new generation are fearless.
Right.
The only thing they afraid of is rejection. Everything else, I mean, these generation, they was eating Tide Pods. Come on. They not afraid of nothing. Niggas gonna die eating that. Take it. Take it. Down there. You get off here, you wanna get off over there. You're welcome, sir. You as well, man. Stay safe, stay healthy. Get back home safe still, man. Be good, brother. Hi, people. I am back. And crazy. Like I said, I stand 10 toes down on everything I think and believe and feel. Um, and until you can convince me otherwise, the reality of division, separation is very real, very real. And again, I want you all to listen, particularly white people, because you hear me say some shit about white people. I say a lot of shit about white people. I've studied you, right? And white people are white people, like they say Spanish. Spain is Europe. Spain is Europe. They're white people too. And the most wicked shit that was ever done to people was done by the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant and the Visigoth or the Spaniard and the Portuguese. If you study that history, it's why I think of you the way I think of you. Now, I've met white people that I like that are good folk. They're good folk. But I look at white people the way white people look at black and brown people, as a monolith. You know, all of you together, with the exception of the few that I've met that have proven themselves to be good folk. Um, as far as I'm concerned, though, right, white people as a whole are the goddamn devil. As a whole, there are individuals who are proven they are not the devil. I know a few. Big John, Lex, um, Pinkowski's. And I don't know. I was a kid when I met them. They was a bit prejudiced, but whatever. They treated me nice. Um, who else? A few people, good white folk. This nigga car look like a Smucker's jar. Behind a couple dollars. Ball game to get out of this town. Go where the money at. Anyway, it's really time for the American people, white, black, and again, I know the divide is real, but I understand that I'm not your enemy, white folk, and white folk, black people are not your enemy. You're their enemy, right? You're their enemy. I mean, and historically, that's what you've been. Still today, if you had your way, I believe my number 80-20, right? That 80% of you would enslave the shit out of blacks and Puerto Ricans if you could. If you could, if it was allowed, you'd do it. But because it's not allowed, you won't do it, and you'll suppress that nature to an extent. You'll suppress it. Plus, you know, today, while it's lawful, you get out of line with a black person, he will fuck you up bad. That's not saying that you motherfuckers ain't bad. Like, I've watched Peaky Blinders. I know you motherfuckers is about it like that. You know, I mean, how about it are you? That, you know how blacks and Puerto Ricans, if we steal, right, we're still a call. We're still, you know, electronics. We still dumb shit. Rob each other for money, whatever, right? But white people, they'll steal a man and his house and his heritage. Take his identity, right? A whole fucking country, you'll still land, right? I mean, think about it, right? North, South, Central America, Canada, and the Caribbean belong to indigenous populations that were here long before any white person got here, right? And there's evidence that before any white person got here, um, other civilizations were here. So, how did you get this land, white people? How'd you get it? You stole it. You took it from the indigenous population, and now you make the rules. And you say who's an illegal and who's not, right? Think about the land in Oklahoma that was Black Wall Street. Took that land and you took it by force, killed those people. And I don't mean you who are alive today, but I mean that wasn't that long ago. And a bunch of you are reaping the benefits of that. In fact, that's some of the most prime real estate in the country, right? And you took it, and you're like, hey, fuck it, it's done. You recognize that you took it, but you ain't giving it back. Like if we took something from anybody white, right, built it up and everything, you all will come back for us and be like, we got to give it back, but not you. You don't got to give it back. You don't got to give it back. You could just continue to reap the benefits. The stock exchange was built on the first. What was the first commodity on the stock exchange? If not the first, among the firsts, wasn't it? Wasn't it human beings? Wasn't it black men, women, and children, and Native American men, women, and children, and Taino men, women, and children? Wasn't it them who were being sold, bought, and traded? Right? I mean, am I imagining that? Weren't a lot of industries built on the backs of human beings who, for 500 plus years, worked without pay? I don't know, right? And they'd be like, well, why are you hashing that up? The same goddamn reason that every year we got to hear about the Holocaust. That every year on September 11th, we got to hear about the disaster. Every fucking year, we got to hear about it. So why can't we talk about what happened to the Caribbean, to the mainland indigenous people, to the so-called African-American man, woman, and child who was ripped from their lands? And I don't mean just Africa. They were ripped from their lands in Europe, right? Their castles taken, their wealth distributed amongst their captors, their children taken from them, enslaved, and whichever ones weren't killed were subjugated and became servants, slaves. Why we can't talk about that? Like, yeah, what the fuck? Why we can't talk about that? We can talk about everything and anything that happened to white people, but we can't talk about what happened to the so-called African-American black man, woman, and child. We can't talk about what happened to the indigenous populations of North, South, Central America, the Caribbean, West Indies, and Canada. We can't talk about that. Why? Why can't we talk about it? But we can remember your shit, right? So I say we talk about it. I don't give a fuck anymore. Like this, like this, like this. There are two evil white men. We know Hitler is an evil motherfucker, right? Hitler killed 6 million Jewish people, right? And even if he didn't kill them himself with his own bare hands and with his own hand, it was his policies or his rhetoric or his dogma, propaganda, his agenda, whatever it was that got those people killed, he was behind it, right? Evil son of a bitch. You know who's even more evil? Leopold. No one talks about Leopold. 10 million Africans died as a result of Leopold's policies. The rubber trade and everything else. And he made it his business. This cocksucker wanted Africans dead. He was paying for them to be dead. 10 million of them. 10 million is more than 6 million, but how come we don't talk about that? Hitler and the Jewish people, you know, that's common. We talk about that shit all the time, every fucking year. And the Jewish people are never going to let you forget that shit, ever. And as a Jew, I commend them, fuck it. But also as a Jew, I'm saying we need to talk about what happened to Judah. We need to talk about what happened to Ephraim. We need to talk about what happened to Gad and Reuben and Simeon and Levi. We need to talk about what happened to the children of Israel on this side of the world. First of all, we need to talk about the fact that the children of Israel were and are on this side of the world. And that they are the so-called African-American black man, woman, and child. And the so-called Hispanic, Latino of indigenous descent. And the so-called indigenous Americans. Not to be confused with them $5 Indians like Elizabeth Warren. Lying ass. Right? Not them. I'm talking about the real deal Holyfield. And I don't mean Holyfield. You know what I'm saying? right? We need to acknowledge that. We need to talk about all that shit that happened. It's the only way we're gonna get past it. Because as long as it's suppressed, we gonna keep talking. Like I'm never letting anyone forget. Not in my family. I'm teaching my family, my children, my grandchildren, and I'm gonna teach them to teach their own. I ain't going back there. I don't know nothing about back then. Oh damn, I could have. My bad. I'm never letting them forget. Because you'll never let us forget. Right? You'll never, like the Jewish people, will never let black and brown people forget what Hitler did to them. So I don't think that black and brown people should ever let white people forget what Leopold did to those Africans, or what white people did to black people in this country, what they did to the Native American populations in this country, what they did to the Native American populations in the Caribbean and in Canada. We should never let them forget, because they'll never let us forget. And whatever happens to them, they'll never let us forget it. Like, remember that white cop that shot that black man in his house? Remember that? Yeah, I remember that. Anybody remember that? Right, they gave her 10 years. And remember, she cried a boo fucking hoo hoo hoo. And the black bailiff stroked her blonde hair. And the black judge came off his pulpit and gave her a hug. When you ever seen a judge hug a black man or a black woman off the pulpit? Feeling sorry. Oh my God, we're so sorry that happened. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Ain't nothing pretty. Ain't nothing sweet. We ain't forgetting. I ain't forgetting. And I ain't letting my family forget. And the ones who want to forget, disowning their asses. You ain't my motherfucking family. Because we can't forget. And I think it was Morgan Freeman that I heard say, well, stop talking about it. Fuck out of here. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Why would you say that? Simple motherfucker. Stop talking about it. No, no, no. We can't stop talking about it. Right? Because it happened. And it needs to be addressed. It needs to be. So we're gonna address it one way or another. Right? One way or another. It has to be addressed. And you know what? I long for a Martin, a Malcolm, a Metger, Hampton, Carmichael. I long for those type of men, and not no homo shit, no diddy. I mean, for leaders, real men who were not afraid to stand up for the rights and freedoms of not just black and brown people, but all people. So yeah, those days, those people, we need them back. And it's funny, right? Because who knows how many of them could have been born by now, when 20 million black babies have been aborted since the 70s. 20 fucking million. And they're just counting the black babies. What about the Puerto Rican ones? The Dominican ones, the Haitian ones, the Jamaican ones, right? We're talking, I mean, that's crisis numbers. That's crisis numbers. Like, there's no fucking way that that should have been allowed and promoted. We don't promote abortion. Bullshit. Bullshit. This society, this government, this nation, they promote black abortion, Hispanic abortion. They promote that shit. That's why there's a fucking Planned Parenthood in every hood. Every hood there's a Planned Parenthood. And to think that the founder of that shit was a eugenist who hated black people. She hated them. Margaret Sanger. Look her up. Look her up. This is common fucking knowledge now. I'm not telling you nothing you don't know. I don't think. I don't think I'm telling you anything you don't know. Look it up. All right, I'm about to pick up. Y'all stand by. You heard? Yes, ma'am. How are you? I'm well, thank you. Let's wait until yes, ma'am. Stand by, people. Be right with you. everything in. He was able to close it back. Is it on the side or is it in the back? I don't know. I hadn't been back there, so I don't know. But no, I already spoke to the landlord, and he said he's sending somebody to clear that garbage up. Carlos came yesterday, and he told me, well, when he came that day, he was making a noise. He told me that the landlord had already told him, and that the landlord is going to figure out a way to dispose of all that shit. So I'll just tell him when he come back. I'm sure he already knows. If he was back there, he already saw it himself. All right, so no, what we'll do when I get there and you get there today, we'll go out back and we'll position all that shit in the back by our stuff. All right, cool. Right. All right. I mean, you know, I'm against you bringing the crazies to our home, but fuck it, they're your crazies. What happens when they got to use the bathroom? That's terrible. Yeah, that's terrible. Well, I mean, look, as long as look, you got them. They're your crazy, so you got them under control. That's That's your business. Oh yeah, no, but here's what's been happening. Just for the record, here's what's been happening. The trash collectors, they've been, because of what the people downstairs in the basement have been doing. The trash collectors are now opening bags and checking them in front of our. And if they see any building material, they see anything that's not, they're not going to take it. So if you're going to do it, I will put it in the front. That's right. That's right. That's right. I'm with that. All right, cool. All right, so yeah, when we get there today, we'll just go back there, bring all the stuff that you brought in. We'll line it up in the back. Though I don't know if Damien came and got his tires and stuff yet, but I figured we can even utilize. I was figuring we could probably utilize, huh? All right, yeah, no, if he wants them, no doubt. If he wants them, then yeah, definitely he can come get them. But if he doesn't come get them in a certain amount of time, then we utilize them as part of the area and figure out a way to use them. I've seen ways that people use those, all that stuff. Damn right. I agree. Yep. Well, yeah, if you don't come get it, then it's what it is. You know what? I'll even send him a message. right with you, people. Picking up again. Let me know if anything I'm saying resonates with your asses. Like, does it mean anything? Probably doesn't, and that's okay. Because we're all entitled to believe what we believe and want what we want and think what we think. But I'm sure somebody out there agrees with something that I'm saying, particularly about taxes. I don't know anyone who would willingly would let anyone take money out of their check and then get this like bullshit income tax return that doesn't amount to what, a tenth of what they took from you. You be happy as hell come tax time. Like, damn, I got $3,000. They took 30. 30 grand from you. You got back 3. I say you got 10% back. But you happy about that? And I don't know how much. I mean, what is the tax bracket? Like, I don't even know how that works anymore. We don't pay attention. We just know that it's like become commonplace. It's normal for them to just take our money. I ain't with it. Man, they covered his shit. Fuck. Anyway, people, it's going to pick up, so it's going to be silent for a little bit more, but get at me. Leave a comment. I'll respond. Even if you be like, fuck you, you're crazy, something wrong with you. Leave your comment, positive or negative. Doesn't matter. I'll respond. Morning, how are you? Manuel, right?
Yeah.
Mm. See them? La migra. Oh shit, look at these niggas. Fucking kidding me? Dang, La Migra. They out here. Fuck me. What the fuck are they doing over here? Están a pie. No. Tan bravo. Smack the shit out of them. Fuck out of here. Ice is in the hood, y'all. I didn't have you in the car, I would have pulled over. Fuck with them. I would have pulled over. I'm like, what the fuck y'all doing? ¿Qué hacen aquí? No joder conmigo. Fuck out of here.
Por Dios. Encuentra a alguien y se lo lleva.
Yo soy boricua,
Ok.
pero tú sabes,
Ajá.
yo lo mando para el carajo. Fuck out of here. This ain't me, you piece of shit. I'll sue you. Aquí es por ahí. Aquí. A la orden, señor. Pase buen día. Hey, yo, ice in the fucking hood, y'all. Ice is in the fucking hood. I'm gonna go back, fuck with him. I'm gonna go back and fuck with him. I'm definitely going back just to see what they bout. So they bout it. Fuck.
terrible. Is it bad that I want to go fuck with the ICE agents? Is that bad? I mean, I don't see why I shouldn't, right? They in my neighborhood. Well, not to say my neighborhood, but they in our streets. I can bet that none of them cocksuckers live here. They walking around on foot, all blatant and shit. No care. I want to go back and fuck with them. But what the fuck are y'all doing? Don't violate no Americans' rights, pieces of shit. Shake. Shit's ugly too. Most of Tesla's product is ugly as hell. It might be advanced, but it's ugly. I don't know. I don't like electric vehicles. Hello, how are you? I'm well, thank you.
Yes, but I can go here if you want.
You sure I can
Yes.
take you? Okay.
Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome so much. Have a good day, man. Stupid. It's no shit day for me. How you all holding up in your places of employment? I call it the plantation, even when it's outside. What in the hell is going on in the world? Oh, a lot of shit, right? I need to check the social media feeds, see what's happening. I fucked this up, didn't I? That's a window washer fluid? All right, people, we are back. Pretty late in the afternoon. Oh, you cocksucker! What the fuck? Not even reality. All right, so people, we are back, and I can't stress enough how there's some shit jumping off in this country, and we need to get ahead of it before it attacks us, before it finishes us, before we destroy each other and ourselves. Um, I didn't watch the Super Bowl. Did y'all watch the Super Bowl? I heard that Kendrick's halftime show was chock full of all kind of secret shit. I am just up ahead past you. Couldn't stop there because the road is too narrow. I'm up where the heavy equipment is, where this big yellow machine, the backhoe is. I'm right there. My bad, people. I'll be right back with you and pick it up. I was going to get into it, but you know what it is. Ride sharing, you heard? Correct? 704 How you today, man? I won't complain. It's a beautiful day, in my opinion. Hey, it's not cold. You look young enough to remember. Yeah, so you remember. Was you an asshole when you was a kid?
I didn't think I was, but birthday thing. Oh man, they were like, I don't expect you to be here. And then they were like, you know, he was kind of mean. I was like, oh, damn, was I a baby? Like, you know, I didn't feel like I was bullying nobody.
Right.
You get older, and I wish I didn't.
So yeah, I got a brother. He was a fucking bully, but you can't tell him that. He don't believe it.
If I, you know, hurt your feelings in any way, I'm sorry. I mean no harm or nothing.
It's fucked up. You was bullying niggas. It's
It won't
fucked up.
even be like, you know, I'm not like kicking kids and like hitting kids and stuff like that. It'll just be like saying their name wrong, like something like that, laughing around, you know, stuff like that.
Asshole shit. I can dig it.
Yeah, for sure.
I can dig it. My brother's a fucking bully. He's a bully. Bully niggas. And then I got a brother-in-law. He was a champion for bullies. Like he would champion the people who getting bullied. He would beat the bullies up. Yeah, he would keep the the weak kids with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no shit. No shit. New York is a whole different world. And each borough is a different world unto itself. I mean, I know some good people from over there. I don't fuck with it. I don't fuck with New York. I ain't going there. You couldn't pay me to go there. You could offer me $1 million a year to work there. Nope, thank you. Never mind, you get caught doing some dumb shit. You go into the island that they supposed to have been shut the fuck down. Yeah, right? But that ain't even the biggest fear. The biggest fear is if some shit happen there, anything else happens in New York, they locking that bitch down. 21 bridges, no tunnels, no nothing. You ain't getting off the island. You stuck. The last time some shit happened, people got off with the ferry, got back to Jersey. It was like oversight. I seen it. I ain't trying to do that. Plus that Hudson, that bitch got 2 currents going in both directions. Can't even swim it. Can't even fucking swim it. Good. I can dig it. Listen, they pay you, you happy, you like it, I love it. I ain't fucking with it. I've turned down many jobs because they want me to go to New York. I'm good. Trucking company wants me $180,000 a year. And I have to go across that bridge, drop off. Okay, thank you. Like I said, you can offer me $1 million. I still won't do it. My family don't want you. I'll do it. I won't. I can dig it, bro. They be like, yeah, dude. I'm like, nah, I'm good. No amount of money is gonna get me over there. No amount. I keep saying that if this is the Roman Empire, that bitch is New York has to be Rome herself. New York is Rome. We in the Roman Empire. I'm not that place. I mean, that shit is called the Empire State, right? Hey, fucking you. And that's not to say nothing about the people. I got family. You know what I'm saying? I love the people. I love the people. I love my people. I just don't love that city. None of it. No borough, no upstate. Like, I've been upstate. I like some of that shit up there.
Yeah.
Right? But right there, the islands, keep that shit. Just need no getting off that bitch or something. Right here. Be good, man. You too. I'm not even gonna take the banner off because I'm about to pick right up. Yeah, I don't remember where I was, people. Somebody remind me. Or don't. Like I said, you ain't got to comment. I'm doing this shit for practice. Eventually, I'm gonna figure this live streaming shit out. This whole YouTube podcasting, live streaming. I'm gonna figure it out. And when I do, it's fucking over.
So everyone has been losing their minds over this question. What happens to the SSI, SSDI, and food stamps if federal income taxes are let's talk.
Yeah, let's talk about
First
it.
off, let's be real. Wealthy people are sick and tired of their money funding a system that's been bled dry by people who figured out how to game it. And let's not act like we don't know what I'm talking about. We're talking about generational welfare. People who have no intention of getting off of assistance because they don't have to. But now, let's separate the real ones from the freeloaders. Disabled veterans, people who are actually born with severe disabilities, that's different. They didn't choose their life. They actually need the support. Eliminating federal income tax does not have to make them stranded. You see, when you cut out income tax and replace it with a tariff-based system, imports pay their share. Every product coming into this country gets taxed. The U.S. stops the bill for the person. Now, foreign companies are funding programs that actually matter for the people that
Fucking wrong
need it.
with you,
What's
stupid
the
bitch?
result? More money stays in your pocket. When your paycheck isn't being chopped down by federal income tax, people have more spending power.
Right.
More economic growth, more private sector solutions, and yes, more support for the people who genuinely need it. And the states, they need to step it up. Every single state has something that's called the Protected Persons Act. That means they're legally obligated to take care of vulnerable individuals. The funding will shift from federal ways to targeted state level programs.
That's right.
What's the bottom line? The people that are screaming doom and gloom, they don't know what they're talking about. They're fear mongering, plain and simple. And the wealthy, they're about to play the game smarter than ever. And that's where the specialized trust comes in. Because if you think the people with real money are going to sit back and let the government figure it out for them, you're out of your mind. They're going to structure their wealth, protect their assets, and stay ahead of the system, just like they always have. The question is, will you, when they're wrong, do as the Romans do?
That's right.
Continue to like and follow Business Giant. So everyone has been losing their minds over this question. What happens? So
All right, I want y'all to listen to this guy. I gotta wait till I pick up and drop off, and then I'm gonna show you this guy, even if it takes just a couple of minutes. Because he's saying what I'm saying to a degree. I mean, he's he articulated it a bit better. Because I got a potty mouth, fucking nigga, so I be just saying dumb shit. But it's sound and principle what I'm saying, and the whole text. Ooh, yes, ma'am. 135 Oak. Okay. Oh, share right. Número 19, ¿sí?
Sí.
Ok. right, people. I've come to the end of my day. There's no chance in hell I'm gonna make my minimum. So I'm just gonna call it a day. Head my ass home now. And handle some business that I gotta handle. And, I don't know. I'm thinking about maybe logging on later, going through my social media feed live, just to see what the hell is going on my social media. Whatever I have, I don't even know. I got TikTok, I got a bunch of shit. There's a guy, what's his name? Let me find out his name here. Hold on. Business Giant, somebody I follow on social media. And he just gave a nice brief breakdown of no federal income tax, the tariffs, and what happens to SSI and SSD and yada yada fucking yada. So anyway, on my way back to my city. A lot of Jersey City tomorrow when I come back on, because ain't no money out here, not real money. I need to go out further. Anyway, maybe I'll log on, maybe I won't. You'll know. You'll see it or won't. Across my social media. I'll show you the type of shit I be on. Type of shit that come through my feed. I'm getting some silly as shit. Ever since Meta took over TikTok, my feed has changed. I used to get all conspiracy theory and ice wall, Antarctica, flat earth, government cover-ups, police brutality and shit like that. That used to come all through my feed. Now I'm getting a bunch of dumb shit and ads, hella ads. I got a lot of ads. I don't like the ads. I'll take them, but I don't like them. So, who knows? We'll go through it together, see what y'all think. Maybe y'all comment then. The reason I don't want to show my face is because my face is out there a little bit, right? But once AI get to load my face, like once whoever's in charge, like they can AI the shit out of me, right? And you won't know the difference. Especially with a look like mine. And when I got out of the view, right, I got this look. It's no good. It's no good. They can put me in any scenario and make me look like a bad guy. So, all that. But I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, eventually, as I get on, I'm gonna do some shit, right? Because the intent, again, for this channel that I'm doing, the intent is to empower, educate, edify, and uplift not only black and brown people, my people, but all people, right? Share information and exchange ideas together. Learn, because that's what I'm about. I'm about learning and sharing, and calling out the bullshit, and remembering that whatever might be bullshit to me might not be bullshit to you, and vice versa, right? Because we from different worlds, even though we live in the same place, totally different worlds, and you might not see what I see, but you're on the same fucking block as me. You don't see it. You might not agree that all pedophiles should be bludgeoned and terminated. I do. I think that you can't fix that. Should be should be eliminated. That's a better word. Eliminated, terminated. Any other word that will remove them off planet. I will never ever, I think, never ever stop talking about racism, critical race theory. And I don't know about the theory, right? I don't understand critical race theory in that sense, like the people who founded that theory. But for me, it's a matter of discussing that which has happened and continues to happen in America to Black and brown people. And by Black and brown people, I mean the people we call African American, the people we call Hispanic, Latino of indigenous descent. Well, Latinos of indigenous descent. I don't think Hispanics are indigenous descent. That's why they call themselves Hispanic, property of Hispaniola or Hispania. They are the property of Spain. They are the descendants of the Spanish. That's why they're Hispanic. Latino, that's a classification for the descendants of the indigenous population. You know? Feel me? I get it? No? Just talking shit. I don't know. Tell me. So, remember, there's an old adage for us that says, one man can make a difference. Many men can change the world. And by men, we mean men, women, and children. I believe in an order, by the way, right? Man, woman, child. Man being the head. I don't believe in the equality of the sexes. I don't believe that bullshit. I don't believe it at all. Most real men don't. And yeah, I said it. Fuck it. It is what it is. I said it. I'll say it again. Most men do not believe in the equality of the sexes. I don't. I don't subscribe to that bullshit. I believe what my God tells me. Remember, we the Jews. The Jews have an order. We live according to the Levitical law and what God says. And the order is God, Christ, man, woman, child. That's the order. That's the hierarchy. And not all Jew women believe that shit, right? But not all Jew women believe in that God. They say they do. They full of shit. They full of shit. They believe in God until he requires any real effort on their part. If God wants something from them, they go like, nah, that's from man. That ain't from God. God didn't say we wasn't equal. God didn't say you're my head. Man said that, right? Women are shut the fuck out. But whatever. I believe in that. I just needed to make that clear so that, you know, there's no misunderstanding later when I say some crazy shit. Because I'm bound to say it, just like I said it right now. I do not believe in equality in sexes. The equality of the sexes, I don't believe that shit. We are not equal. Men and women are not equal. In any sense of the word, we're not equal. And I don't mean that a woman can't do what a man can do and that a man can't do what a woman can do. I don't mean that. I mean that we were created different. Yes, we both have arms. Yes, we both have legs. Yes, we both have a head, as far as the head on our body. But the order, the hierarchy, according to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, is God the Father first, Christ after, man, woman, then child. The woman is the head of the child. the man is the head of the woman, Christ is the head of the man, and God is the head of Christ. That's the order for the children of Israel, the Jews. I don't really give a shit what everybody else thinks. Really don't. We're the Jews. We're the chosen people of God. Everybody else, is everybody else. We don't give a shit. Yo, what the fuck, man? Why you driving so slow? So that's in the interest of full disclosure, transparency. And again, I'm an open book. I don't know how that sounds, no Diddy though. But I ain't got nothing to hide, I don't think. And what I've done, that doesn't mean I'm gonna admit to the shit that I've done in my life. And, I'm just not doing that, man. Fuck y'all, I ain't confessions. This ain't confessions. But in regards to where I stand and what I believe, yeah. And some of the shit that I've done, right? I'm not proud of it, but I did it. Yeah, I did it. And I shouldn't have done it, right? Like, I got a lot of regrets. A lot. If I could change my life, if I could do it all again, I probably wouldn't. But if I could, I would probably I would do a lot of things different, a few things different. First of all, I'd be nicer to my children, right? I'd actually play with them. See, I didn't have time to play with my kids. I was too busy. I mean, it's fucked up. I was too busy, but I was too busy. I had to work, I had to do shit. It was just what it was, right? I would never, ever, ever defile my temple. I would never smoke cigarettes. If I could do it again, I wouldn't smoke cigarettes. I wouldn't consume cannabis or any other illicit substance. I've done some substances. The only substance that not the only one, there's a lot of substances I haven't done. But I really kept away from heroin. And as far as consumption, I didn't mind pitching that shit, but I wasn't fucking with it. I seen that shit destroy lives. Anyway, I'm an open book. When we get it all started, when this all gets popping, you can ask me any question. I'm a regular motherfucker, regular American, right? I'm not an athlete. I'm not an actor. I'm not a celebrity. I'm not any of the shit that most podcasters and YouTubers are. I'm not any of that shit. I'm not a gangbanger. I'm not a gangster like Michael Frances and a rat bastard like Sammy the Bull Gravano. I'm not a comedian like Chappelle or Godfrey or any other podcaster. I'm not any of the things that the podcasters are. I'm just a regular motherfucker, regular man. I want to talk to regular people. I'll talk to anybody. Celebrities, I don't give a fuck. One of the reasons that and that's loud for no reason. One of the reasons that I enjoy listening to the Joe Rogan Experience is because this motherfucker talks to all kind of people. I mean, all kind of people. But he's connected like that because he's in the business, right? He's in movies, he's in television, he's in sports, and what have you, right? So he's connected. He can do that. I'm not that. So I would love to talk to a bunch of motherfuckers, right? But to start and to finish and to continue, my intent is to talk to everyday Americans, people. One of the people that I would really love to sit down and have a fucking dialogue with is the mayor of my city, right? Kick the shit, the Willy Bobo with the mayor, the chief of police, the governor, and a few other people. And I would love to talk to the mayor though. He's an interesting motherfucker. He's from my city, right? Like he's a pillar. He's like rooted in my city. And his father was the shit. But everyday Americans, and the mayor is an everyday American, like on some real shit. Some real shit. We got another motherfucker in the city council. We got two motherfuckers in the city council that I would like to talk to. Right? What the fuck is Funky's name? Mr. Funky from Lords of the Underground. He fucking councilman in my city. That motherfucker's a councilman. And if I'm not mistaken, that nigga had a YouTube channel where he was playing a politician that was corrupt. I remember, I was like, the fuck? Ain't that funky? But I don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know. But he's an interesting motherfucker I'd like to talk to. And the other councilman from the North Ward, Anibal Ramos. I think he's primed to be mayor of the city in a couple of years. I don't know for sure, but I think he's gonna be the first Puerto Rican mayor, the first Boricua mayor. So I'd like, dialogue with his ass too, because he's from North. I think he went to Barron's. It is 21. See it? See it? Yeah, there's nothing about me, I don't think, that's like anything like anybody who's YouTubing, who's doing it for real, like they doing it. I'm not that guy. When you see these people, they're animated. They got all kind of shit with them, right? A gimmick. I don't have a gimmick. In reality, right? People have been telling me to podcast and YouTube for years, and I always shied away from it because it's just not me. It really wasn't. I'm not that guy. You gotta have something with you that makes you that. I'm not that. Like I said, when I look at the podcasts that I listen to, I fucks with Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Sean Ryan, and a couple of other ones. They're all interesting people. Like that nigga Sean Ryan, that cat, I think he's CIA or Navy SEALs or Marine or whatever the fuck he is. I don't even know. Right? He's military in some form. And that's an interesting dude. And it's like, I haven't really researched him, right? So that's why I don't know what branch of the military he is. I think he's CIA though. Or Marines. I'm not sure. Either way, it's an interesting dude. And his story is fucking amazing. The whole comeback from alcohol, that shit fucking amazing. It's amazing. And then there's a few other ones, right? A few other podcasts that I listen to. And quiet as cat, I can see why they do it. Shit. I would do it if I could do it on that level. Said I was always waiting for the right time because I didn't want to do it. I don't want to do this shit. I don't want to be talking like I want to talk shit. Right? I don't want to, and I damn sure don't want to show my face. And that's for many reasons, right? Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but what if, right? What if I do this shit and it does something, it becomes something. But there goes my fucking privacy. Right, there it is, it's gone. Right? If I make something like Joe Rogan, right? But I mean, people know Joe Rogan from News Radio and from Fear Factor and all other shit. So, he's a public figure. I'm not. And if I show my face and that this actually becomes something, then I become a public figure, and I don't want to do that. I like my privacy. I like being able to go out, like out into the streets, and nobody know who I am. I like that shit. I mean, there's some people who know me, but that's like, people who know me. I'm talking about on a wide scale where motherfuckers who don't know me be like, yo, ain't you that nigga? Be like, nah. Be like, yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. And again, I'm getting ahead of myself, right? But the reality is that if you want something to become, you gotta really like visualize it. You gotta live it. You gotta be it. And I think one of the reasons that I avoided it this long is because I know eventually, right, it'll turn into something. Especially because I have no filter. I give no fucks. I don't have any fear. Like none. I'm willing to say that I think that racism is alive and well, and that the catalyst for racism is, i.e., the white man, woman, and child, the Caucasian. I believe that. I believe that African American, Black, Hispanic, Latino people are prejudiced. I believe that they're prejudiced. I don't think that they're racist. Because in order to be racist, you gotta have power. You need resources. Like, I can't keep white people from moving into my neighborhood. I can't keep Chinese people from opening up Chinese restaurants in my neighborhood. I can't keep East Indians from opening up 7-Elevens and dry cleaners and liquor stores. In fact, the liquor stores in my neighborhood are East Indians. The 7-Elevens in my neighborhood are East Indians. And the grocers are either East Indian or Chinese. Right? What I don't see any Black or Hispanic people in business, not real business. Yeah, we got barbershops and bodegas, right? And if we're lucky, we might own the equipment in the barbershop. The bodega, we don't own the refrigerators, we don't own the freezers, we don't own the meat slices, we don't own the product or the produce. That's all on loan. Shit, we don't own anything. Not that anybody in America does. I mean, some people. Those people are established, well set. They've had a 500-year head start. The rest of us, we are at a deficit. So, what are we to do? I said, I don't know what we're gonna do, but I know what we should do. And what we should do is, again, what I started this whole day with, galvanize. Make certain that we galvanize, that we come together on one cause. And I think the most important one is making sure that we, the people, Black, brown, yellow, white, I don't know any other colors, all shades of, walnut, chestnut, whatever the fuck, all shades of gray, beige, all shades of brown. We should stop paying federal and state income taxes. We should not pay taxes and then pay for shit and be taxed for money we've already been taxed. It makes no economic sense to me. And I think that Trump is onto something with these tariffs, because even if products go up, we'll have more money to spend. We'll have spending power. And this is what this guy said here, business giant. He was clear. And I was trying to say that, but he was like actually clear with it, right? He was able to articulate it much better than I have. So that's what I believe in. I think that rich people and poor and rich individuals and families, people who are wealthy and people who are not, can all agree that taxes is unfair and unethical, and we shouldn't do it, because we pay taxes and then we gotta take the money that's already taxed and buy shit with it that they tax us with. They tax us for. So we pay for food. And I don't know, is there a food tax? I'm sure there is, because I don't know. I know that whatever I buy is always extra money. and I get it, goods and services probably should be taxed, right? But I disagree with an income tax, federal and state level. I disagree with that shit. My money's my money. Your money is your money. You shouldn't be paying the government shit, not even voluntarily. You shouldn't even be allowed to give them money. Fuck them. Fuck the government. They got their own thing happening. And that tariff-based system, that shit is a good idea. Tax imports, tax other governments. And yes, it's going to cost. It's going to cost, but we'll have more money. We'll have more spending power because they're not taking our taxes. You know, all that SSI, SSD, all that bullshit that they take from us, they shouldn't take none of that, right? I remember George W. Bush, before he left office, he told the American people, do not put money into Social Security. Do not do it. There's no money in it, right? Don't do it. We should invest. Take what extra money, like keep all our money and invest it. Invest it. Just like we would be giving it to them, we could take it for ourselves and put it into our own investments, particularly life insurance policies. Right? Life insurance policies that grow cash value, right? And then we can borrow against that cash value, and whatever isn't paid back, the death benefit pays back. And then don't even put it in anyone's name, put it in a trust. Like I said all this earlier. But we can keep that money and take care of ourselves because the government is fucking us. It's fucking everybody, rich and poor. You know, except those who are in government. Those politicians like Pelosi with her insider trading. And Joe with his bullshit. And the Obamas. Fucking wealthy as shit now. Like wealthy. How? How the fuck did you become multimillionaires in government? How does that? Oh, because that shit is criminal. Right? I remember I saw a meme once that a child was telling his father, that he was going into crime or something to that degree. He was going into organized crime, and he said, oh, so you're going into politics or something else? Either way, that shit is criminal. Insider trading is okay for them, but not for the rest of us. Why? Why can they do it? Because they hold themselves harmless. They hold themselves not guilty. How can you prosecute a motherfucker who can pardon himself? How can you do it? Right? That's a whole nother animal. Like, I think the president should have pardon powers, and so should governors. But I don't think that they should be allowed to pardon themselves. Like George Bush did. George Bush pardoned himself and Cheney for war crimes, crimes against humanity. That shit they pulled in Iraq, they had Saddam killed, that weapons of mass destruction, that was bullshit. Those were lies. Right? By now, everyone who's anyone knows that the World Trade Center attacks was an inside job. They know that. The Bush Bin Laden group. Look it up. Right? Look that shit up. Stop, get your head out your ass. Stop. There's a lot of people that just go with the fucking narrative. I'm not that guy, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I just know that there are facts of conspiracies that have been exposed. So for me, if everything when I was growing up was a conspiracy theory and now it's a fact of a conspiracy, tells me that these motherfuckers are conspiring. Remember when I was coming up, and I was a young man at the time, there was big talk about the Bilderbergers. The Bilderbergers. No, that doesn't exist because our politicians, our elected officials aren't allowed to meet in private with business and other governments. And you know what? Thanks to Alex Jones, who everybody thinks is a fucking kook. Thanks to Alex Jones, we know now that the Bilderbergers is a fucking real thing, and they meet every year, and that our officials, without our permission, meet with heads of state, politicians, and business leaders to dictate policy. for the next couple of years, or at least till that next year. Right? We know that's fact. We know it's real. And that's just that. Right? The UN Small Arms Treaty. That shit wants to disarm the American population. And fuck you, in the words of Charlton Heston, you're gonna have to pry it out of my cold, dead hand. And they will. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck, but they'll be hard pressed to fuck with white people. Because real talk, right? If I can give white people any kudos, when it comes to the guns, they got them. And they ain't afraid to use them. The only flaw is that they'll use them against black and brown people and not against the fucking government. Not against the government. Right? It's why, what was her name? Manly bitch that worked for the Clinton administration that gave the order to move in on Waco and the Branch Davidians. I forget that manly bitch's name. That's why they were able to do that, because white people didn't come to the aid of white people. The government went in and killed them. Right? And I don't see what David Koresh was doing wrong. They lied. They used the media and they lied. Just like they lied on Jim Jones. I believe, me personally, I believe that our government, officials from our government, went in there and spiked those drinks. I don't think Jim Jones did that. And I think the people that they got to say that were paid or threatened. And the moon landing, listen, what was his name? Buzz Aldrin? He said it didn't happen. So fuck all of you. Fuck the rest of you. Fuck everybody who says it did. He was there. He said it didn't happen. And Stanley Kubrick said he was the one that directed it. Watch the movie Wag the Dog. It's Dustin Hoffman and Robert De Niro and a couple other people, but they were the two main stars. It's all about how they create a scenario for us to believe. They're all liars. They're all in on it. Anyway, I'm ranting. I've made it back to my city. I'm about to pull up in front of my property. So I'm going to say shalom and get back at y'all tomorrow when I'm out here. I'll be back out here, God willing. When I'm out here, I'm an open book. And look, if anyone who's anyone is just looking at the feed, you'll know where I'm at, right? Because like I said, I got no filters. I got nothing to hide. I give no fucks, right? I ain't worried about a goddamn thing. I'm a Jew, the children of Israel, tribe of Ephraim, house of Joseph. I don't fear anything except God. And it ain't like, oh my God, I'm so afraid of God. I mean, I'm just in awe of my powerlessness against him. And the fact that he can send spirits on my ass if I get out of line, right? So I fear God. The rest of you, fuck. And I mean that, right? I love my people, but I don't fear you, right? And anyone who can fuck with me is gonna get met with armed resistance, for real, for real. And again, I don't, and it's not even by the power of my might that I can talk the shit that I'm talking, right? Not even by the power of my might. I have a living, breathing God. God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is my power. So with that, I'm gonna bid you all a farewell. I may or may not log on later. Maybe, hopefully I will. I don't know. I can't say right now, right? I got some shit to do. I'm gonna be busy. But as it stands, I appreciate anyone who's listening, anyone who listened, anyone who watches after. I appreciate you. Thank you. And I'm back at it tomorrow. So shalom. And like I said, if you just look, you'll see where I'm at. Right? So I ain't like everybody else. I don't give a fuck. I have no chill. No chill. Anyway, Shalom, people. I get back at y'all.